Looks like we're live. Pop out chat. There we go. All right. So, first thing we're gonna do today is create the P-Hat enemy. The good news is the P-Hat enemy doesn't have like various sprites, it's just the one sprite that spins. So I can just get away with creating 18 by 18 sprite and making the P-Hat. Hello, Kadama. You waited until I started stream to interrupt. I see. Ooh, I gotcha. Oh, you've been got. There you go. Silly cat. Alright, so first let's get the shape done. And I'm gonna have to be a little unfaithful to the original sprite, just because the way this guy works is kind of unique in I feel like it should be like right there. Something like that shape. And honestly, I could probably do that so that the spikes have room to look like spikes. Something like that. Whoops. Fill that in. It's got the red. We got the thing on top. And then the wings. That, and then do like that. Yeah. Something like that conveys it pretty well. And then we have the red spikes, which something like that. I feel like that's pretty faithful to what it looked like in the original. And then I gotta make this spin. Oh, that sounds like a pain. Okay. Okay. So first, the basic shape does not change. Well, and then let's see. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Let me see. That was... supposed to be like that. So that would have been there. So now... something like that. Okay. And this guy was right here. So That's in the exact same spot. Yeah, and then yeah, something like that. Okay. You know, I'm probably going about this wrong. I should make the in-between frame first. Undo all that. First off, that's like that to match the shape. Up here, let's go ahead and get this back to how it was. And then with this, the in-between would be this guy going perfectly in this direction, like that, and this guy going in this direction, like that. That guy going back that way, and then this guy going back that way. This middle one be would actually look exactly like this on the bottom half. And then that would go there. And then we make the in-between frame. Okay, like that. Alright, so in between, we would have those guys going out like that for between those, and then between these two, we would have that. this one, we would have something like that. And then we would start seeing sun coming in from the back like that. Yeah. Okay. And then the petals would kind of look how I did my first ones, my first attempt at this guy. Okay, so this one would go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Three, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this guy would go like that, or no. This bottom, and then it would be this top, but the top would be flipped. Whoops. Okay. Although with one slight change on this, being that the or no, I think it looks fine like that. And in fact, I could just get rid of something like that. I think that'll look good. Spinning. We will see. Let's go ahead and export as p-hat. Okay. Oh, and I'm being ridiculous. Well, I wouldn't say I'm being ridiculous, but I do need to do this. Oh, whoops. so that I can spin it properly. Okay. So let's add 3D scene for the P-hat model. It's going to have a sprite 3D, create. Oh, and I also forgot to scale this up so that it can fit the scale of the game. There we go. Make sure we're using nearest filter. It's going to be disabled, and then animation 4 and 4, and then put the rotating sprite 3D on this guy. Go ahead and save this on our scenes. Enemies, P-hat model, save. Close that. Oh, because the Overworld. P-hat model. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And whoops. If I take the P-hat model and I spin that, yeah, that looks pretty good. All right. Very nice. I was a little worried that that would not turn out well, but I'm glad it did. I wonder if it would look better if those were their own sprites that like were above. I'm gonna see what that looks like. I'm gonna see what that looks like real quick. Undo that. Create a new layer. Call this, I guess, wings. I don't know what to. Petals. Okay. Gonna select all of that. No, all of. Select by color. Don't select transparent areas. Am I? Oh, I was on the wrong layer. You can select transparent areas, not bad. So, cut that, paste that. That's the petals. So hide those. go. Alright. So if I'm going to export that to phat real quick, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 image, or new 7 wide and let's make it, give me 4 tall. Okay. Actually, and I'm gonna do the opposite of this. It's going to be 4 tall and 7 wide for size. Let's try to create a new one. Okay. Give me this is a white, and then just like that, and then like that. With that being the base. Or actually, I might want to do it the other way, like that, with that being the base of it. Okay. And then, I'm actually, for good measure, I'm gonna make it 8 tall. And add 1 more, just so I can make that at the center. Alright. Export as phat pedal. Export. And don't forget to scale. Cancel. Image. Scale. Then we export. And I forgot to scale this as well. So that looks good, and then I add a sprite 3D. Call this pedal 1. And this is going to use the phat pedal. The offset is going to be 40. Alright, and then transform position 0.8. Whoops, I actually want 0.6. Alright, and then rotate X 90. Okay. And then I'm going to duplicate and then how do I make it so that this appears above, but this appears below? I guess the actual only way to do that is to take this top, hide that, image, scale image, scale. export to phat, new 2x2. That, and then we can export as the phat top. Export. And then we add a sprite 3D, which is the topper. That is going to be 0.6 on the Y. It's going to use that. Oh, and I forgot image, scale image. That should be 20 by 20. Offset 10. It's going to Y billboards. And then sorting. It's gonna have a 0.1. Maybe a 0.2. There we go. Alright, yeah, that looks fine. Okay. Make sure that he is nearest, and let's make sure that all these guys are using nearest, so they're not blurry. So now if I spin this, all right. I think that looks pretty good. Cool. Now I just gotta make it so that he functions like a phat. Wow. No. Oh, we'll keep it centered like that. I think that's fine. Now, to make the phat, we need a character body 3D. This is going to have the phat model, and this guy needs his collision shape, which is going to be a sphere going to sit that high up. Because this bottom part is going to go into the ground when it lands. Alright. This guy needs a script. Which will inherit enemy. Create. Make his state machine. So he will have idle and flying, and then var state will equal states idle. Physics process if not loaded, return. Not going to do anything if they're not loaded. Match state idle flying pass process delta okay. So, the way that this guy will function is if he's flying, then let's create a spin speed, which will equal 0, and at export var max spin speed will be a float equal to 720 degrees a second. Double is how you do it. Yep, save. Yeah, degrees per second. Yeah, will spin in degrees per second. Nice. So now, flying process if spin speed is less than max spin speed, then export var spin acceleration, make a float equal to, it'll take a full second to get up to max spin speed. If spin speed is less than max spin speed, then spin speed will plus equal spin acceleration times delta, and it's actually going to equal max of spin speed plus spin acceleration times delta, and max spin speed. Okay, and then rotation degrees plus equal spin speed times delta. Okay. And let's go ahead and add a raycast, which is going to look at negative 2.4. So that way maybe negative 2 would be better. Yeah. And then export var rising attitude, yeah, we'll do rising speed. Float equal to like 9.6. That might be a little fast, maybe 6.4. And then if cancel, rename ground check, if ground check. Alright, I'm back. Alright, what were we doing? Ground check. Ground check is colliding, then our velocity dot y will equal rising speed. Otherwise, our velocity dot y will equal 0. Okay. We need a landing state. Okay. And then velocity dot x equal to velocity dot z and equal to 0. Can I do that, syntax? No? Not gonna let me do that? What I can do is after I do that, if velocity dot length is equal to 0, then velocity dot x will equal rand f range -1 to 1 times move speed and velocity dot actually will be that, and velocity dot z will equal the exact same thing, and then I can say velocity will equal velocity dot normalized times move speed. And okay. And flight timer will equal rand f range of min flight time and max flight time. Alright, now I got a bunch of variables to make. We got move speed, we need export our min flight time, which is a float equal to 2 seconds, and max flight time is going to be a float equal to 5 seconds. All right. And then flight timer. Okay. Min flight time. Okay. And then we can say flight timer will plus equal delta. And if the flight... oh, this is flight time, and flight timer equals 0. If the flight timer is less than the, or is greater than or equal to the flight, or no. I can make this so much better. I can actually just make this flight timer, and I can make that minus equal delta, and if it's less than or equal to 0, then the flight timer, or then the state will equal states.land, and velocity will equal a vector 3.0, and we're good. Mwah. Okay, and then oh, I gotcha. Would you like? Oh, are you okay? You're not supposed to jump when you're not fully stable. I'm sorry. I was trying to put you down. Yeah. Ooh, the back scratches. Okay. Then we also need to check for our landing state. Okay, so with this, we're kind of gonna just copy the spin stuff, except spin speed, if spin speed is greater than 0, then spin speed will equal the minimum of spin speed minus the acceleration and 0. Oh no, we want the maximum of that, and we want the minimum of this. Okay, and then do that, and otherwise, our state will equal states dot. Well, I need to also check if is on floor, then our state will equal states dot idle. Okay. And then we will also set our timer of, I can just use the same timer. So we'll set timer to that, and timer, and timer, and then, man, I am getting I have cat hair all over my face from picking up Kodama. Timer will equal Rand F range of min flight time and max flight time. We can just use the same values. And then in idle, oh, and then we also need in ready our timer to equal this as well. There we go. And then in here, timer will minus equal delta. And if timer is less than or equal to 0, and then it's important that our velocity is also set equal to a vector 3.0. Then our state will equal states.flying. Okay. And then we can call move and slide. Velocity will equal a vector 3.down times we'll use the rising speed. Okay. So, if I go to the enemy test room, I get rid of the Lionel, and I throw a P-hat in here. Alright. Alright, do that so that we have a floor, and then let's give it a an off-white. There we go. Okay. Let's see how the P-hat behaves. So it's oh, this needs to be rotation degrees dot y. Here and here. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna make it so that is less than max spin speed. Okay, let's see that. That didn't work. Oh, if not is max. Or no. Yeah, so if not is max spin speed, then it will be set to that. Okay. Let's try that. Okay, so, alright. Nice. Oof. Alright. That's looking pretty good. Okay. And then in the P-hat, let's go ahead and do a shape cast. Call this wall check. This is going to use a box, y of 0, z of 1, or maybe 0.8. Yeah. This guy is going to be 1.6 on the X, 0.8 there, and 0.1 there. Okay. Collision shape. Give him a radius of 0.7. Alright. And then this guy, let's go 2. Okay. And then also 0.8. Maybe not 0.8. Let's try 0.6. Or no. 0. And then this guy's position is going to be like 0.5. 0.4. There we go. And then... Or no. 0. 1.6 on the height. Maybe not 1.6. Let's try 1.2. And then move it up by 0.2. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. And then script flying process. When we set velocity, make it so that wall check dot look at global position plus velocity. So the wall check will be looking in the direction that we're flying, and then in here if wall check dot is colliding, and wall check is colliding, then velocity will wall check dot get collision normal dot. Okay, so then I can say velocity will equal velocity dot bounce along that vector. This should only happen in this case if we're not about to start landing, and then we need to verify if velocity dot y is not equal to 0, then velocity dot y will equal 0, and our velocity will equal this. Okay. So enemy test room. If I take this and I make this 10 and 4. And this one is 10. 4. This guy, can do that, can duplicate that, I want to try all sorts of things, even though it'll only hit right angles. I want to test all the options. That, and then these two, we're going to get rid of the boxes so that I can look in. Okay, let's try it out. Okay. Haha. Okay. Gate collision on expected an argument. 0. Whatever the first collision it detects is. Ah. I see. It is spinning with it. So... let's do that. See if that fixes the issue. Well, I also need to make sure that nope, that's not working. Instead of doing this, I could do... I could do target position, velocity times 0.8. Target position will equal velocity dot normalized times 0.8. What's wrong with that? Download expression, the line may have no effect. Thank you. I would have been very confused why that wasn't working. Alright. Well, it's definitely colliding. It's not pointing in the direction that... Okay, that seems to also not be quite working. We look at our global position. And you know what? We actually just want to do that all the time. Is it? I wonder if that will fix my issue. if that was a raycast. Alright, let's see what that does. The bounce seems a little off. Turns the vector bounced off from a plane defined by the given normal n. Why isn't that working? Let's do that. Maybe that will make it so it stops slowing down when it hits a wall. And is it just like it's rounded, and so if I go in here and I set the rotation degrees of this to 90 and place that like right here. If I do that, is that gonna bounce properly? It's like the bounce isn't quite working. Oh, you know what? It might be that the wall check needs. What if I make it like whoops, not -2, but -1. And then in here, yeah. Okay. I'd like it to use the Z-axis. It's like the bounce isn't quite working. It might be good enough, to be honest. I think I get it. I think I know what's happening. It's that when it casts the ray out, it's not like... It could not be hitting this wall yet, but like the side of it is hitting this wall. And so it's like flattening out, and then it's essentially moving it like that. And then it hits that and bounces it back, and so that he gets like magneted to walls. So essentially I need to also be checking the sides. Call this the side wall check, and side wall check R and L, and then add a node 3D for wall checks, and then all these guys go in there, and that's going to be access as a unique name. And then in the script, when we do this, this is wall checks. If wall check is colliding, so we'll actually do an else for check in wall checks dot get children, and check is going to be a raycast 3D if check is colliding that. Except this is now check. And we no longer need to access these guys as unique names. However, this guy needs to be 1, and this guy needs to be -1. Alright. And let's see how that behaves. So he has the 3 things. Oh! Sometimes you need an underscore for things to work. Ain't that right, Kadama? So, something is going wrong, for sure. That works great. I could. What if instead of doing this, we had this guy, and we had like 8 of them, and each one was rotated if I did 45. There we go. Each one was rotated by 45 degrees. Oops, not that one. 25. Okay. And -90. And -45. And we might as well get this guy at negative 135 to keep consistent with that. Okay, so we have in all 8 directions, we have a ray cast, and then what we can do is, instead of like doing this, we can do this check, and if it's colliding, then we choose make our available, so we'll do this, which will be this, and then we'll look at all the rays, and then available will equal an empty array, and then for ray in rays, if not ray dot is colliding, because these rays are also raycast 3D. So if it's not colliding, then available dot push back ray, and then after we go through all of them, we will say velocity will equal available dot pick random dot target this is an array of raycast 3D, so of target position dot rotated by avail our choice will equal this. Choice is a raycast 3D, and then I can say our choice dot our velocity will be the target position dot rotated along the vector 3 dot up by deg to rad, or I can just by choice dot rotation dot y. And then we can say, alright, I can do this much simpler. I can say choice dot to global of choice dot target position minus global position, and then we take that and we normalize it and multiply it by move speed. So when it hits a wall, it will grab all of the rays that are not hitting a wall, and it will choose choose a ray, and it will set our velocity to that ray, And then we also got to make sure that let's see what this does. I foresee this breaking, but it might just work. It's actually just working. That's fantastic. Now, what if instead it chose a random direction in the range of all rays that aren't colliding? Well, okay, hold on. I'm going to change this so that available is negative 180 to 180. This is our available min and our available max. I wish I could type. That would be cool. Okay, and then we go through and we say if the ray is colliding, then we will say no, hold on. Okay, so we get all of the rays that we can go in the direction of, except it's not quite right because we want to, when there's a ray that is colliding, we want to not include its neighbors. Okay. So how do we do that? How do we store our neighbors? Okay, well, actually, what we can do is so these are all rotated. And so we can take the rotation degrees so I need to do some math on paper real quick. We have negative 180 to 180, and then we know that at 45 we can't, that ray's intersecting, and so we say, so from 0 to 90, we want to take that out of this, then we need to keep track of negative 180 to 0, and then 90 to 180. And then we want to do a random number within that, which can be achieved and we actually want full 90, so at 45 we would want negative 45 to 135 to not be available. Not inclusive. So 44, negative 44 to negative 134. That way if two directly across from each other, then the two perpendicular vectors are still options. But the way we can track this, because we can get that, and then we can, minus 89 and plus 89 is how we get those two values. Okay, so available is going to be an array, but not a raycast. Available ranges is going to equal an array of negative 180 to 180. Okay. Then we check if we are colliding, and if we are, we can say get available ranges of and this will equal get available we'll pass in the available ranges and the excluding of ray dot rotation degrees dot y minus 89, and the same thing plus 89. Okay, and then let's make that function. We'll just put it right here. Get available ranges, which will take the current available ranges and the exclude range, And then we can say if, or we'll go for range in available ranges, if the exclude range 0, so the minimum is greater than the available, than the range minimum, or the exclude range maximum is less than the range's maximum, then we're going to do something, and that something will depend, it will actually be different for each. Well, we can check if both of these is var min inside will equal this, and our max inside, missed a call from someone. I will call them back in just a second, and we want to check this, and then we can check if min inside or max inside. Then we want to check if both, so if both are the case, then we want to say that well, actually I can just check if both are the case, then we are both inside, then both of them are inside, so then we can say var I will equal I will equal 0, and at the end of the for loop I will plus equal 1. We can say that available, actually we can, instead of doing this, we can just have RV equals an empty array, and if they're both inside, then RV dot push back we can push back. Well, we actually need to check greater than and equal to, because it could be, or no. The min is always going to, it's never, the min and max are never going to equal one of the ranges. So we can say, we can push back the min, we can push back range, oh my gosh, push back range 0 to, from range 0 to the exclude range 0 minus 1, and then we can push back from the exclude range 1 plus 1 to the range 1. Okay. Available. What's RV not declared in current scope? I beg to differ. It's right here. Okay. And then we need to check. Otherwise, the min is inside, but the maximum is not. Then in that case, we just RV push back this, and then L if the maximum is inside, then we push back this, and then if like it's not inside at all, then we just push back range. This is an array of arrays. And this is just an array. And then here we will return RV. I don't know what it's upset about with that. And this is going to return an array like that. Okay. And then, so we update our available ranges every time. And then what we do is we can then say, get random so then we can get random angle, which will take in the available ranges. Bar amount will equal 0, and then for range in available ranges, if amount, well, then we just add amount plus equal range 1 minus range 0. Absolute value. So if range is negative, let's say negative 50 to negative 1, then negative 1 minus negative 50 is 49. And then if it goes from negative 10 to 10, then that's 10 minus negative 10 is 20. And then if that's 20 to 40, then that's 40 minus 20 is... Okay, I don't actually even need the absolute value. That's always going to be positive. Okay. Now, I can say... Then I can do var angle will equal amount equal rand f range from 0 to amount, and then we'll call this R, and then for we'll do this again, except we will say instead of this amount, we will say R will minus equal range if R is greater than range 1 minus range, well, let's go ahead and just get var step will equal range. This will be the step, and if R is greater than the step size, then R will minus equal step. Otherwise, we will do return range 0 plus range 1. No, range 0 plus step, or plus R. There we go. And then, if we somehow get here, then we'll just return 0. We shouldn't ever get here, though. Print something went wrong. Okay? And so now, here where, you know, we have our available ranges, we can do var angle will equal get random angle from available ranges, and then our velocity is going to be vector 3.forward dot rotated along the up axis by angle and then we're going to multiply that by move speed. Okay. Okay, what is it upset about there? For iterator variable range has the same name as built-in function. Oh, yeah. Call this cur range. There we go. Alright. Let's see if this works or immediately breaks. Immediately breaks. That's what we like to see. Does not have the element type expected type array argument. Available ranges is an array. Whatever. I won't even specify type. You know? Oh, this also needs to be cur range. Ba-bop, bop, ba-bop, bop, ba-bop. And bah. Okay. Let's try that again. Oh, it's just working! It's just working, Kadama! It's actually just working. My math was flawless. That usually doesn't happen. No something went wrongs or anything. That's great. Cool. Cool. I was expecting to have to mess with that like quite a lot. That just works. Alright, I will be right back. I need to return a phone call that I missed while I was debugging that. Yo, what's going on? I'm back. Sorry about that. I know that was quite a while, but yeah, I was got a phone call, and then I had to go pick up my groceries, and then I made dinner. So, pretty long, but I'm back now. What was I doing? P-hats. Where's the P-hat at? What's the P-hat doing? He's got his basic movement, right? Yeah. Cool. Now, P-hat. Let's go ahead and make sure we create the hurt box. Area 3D. Create. Hurt box. And that's going to be... same as that for the hurt box, and then let's also make sure that this guy exists on the enemy layer and masks with 1, 4, 6, and 7. What's 8? Nothing. Okay. The hurt box is going to exist as an enemy layer, and it will mask with the player. And then he needs a hitbox. Who is going to use the same thing, except we'll make this one unique, and we're going to give it a radius of 0.9 and put it at negative 0.4. Let's make that negative 0.5. There we go. Okay, and then I was going to do something, but I forgot what it was. Yeah, okay, hitbox, and then let's put the... hitbox script on it. This guy is going to use the P-hat as that. It's going to be omnidirectional knockback. It's going to knock back like 6.4 and 6.4. Damage is 1, right? Hold on. Zelda NES enemy damage. Let's see. P-hat does half a heart of damage. So yeah, damage of 1. And then also he needs a node for health. And P-hats have 2 hearts, so 4 health. And then let's put that up here. Access as unique name. Access as unique name. Then area entered, connect, P-hat, connect. And we're actually gonna steal the Lionel's logic here for the P-hat. It's a hitbox, and then we'll do the animation player. Let's go ahead and add that animation player. Okay. Oh, it does need a stunned state. So we set our state to the stun state. Doesn't have a. It's not going to have a stunned animation. And then the stun timer will equal hitbox dot stun time. And then everything else is normal. And omnidirectional. Yeah, okay. And then Okay. And then... and you make a die function. Wait. Enemy has a die function. That's good. I just need to make the hurt animation here. .2667. Oh. Dang it. P-hat model needs the animation player, which needs the hurt animation. That's going to be 0.2667. And then 0. I'm going to do that. And then let's open up the Lionel model. Heart animation player. Heart. Give me all of that. Copy. P-hat model. Animation player. Heart. These all need to be discrete. Okay. That looks good. Then P-hat in the script. We are going to be grabbing P-hat model animation player. Let's make this exist as an enemy wall so that I can walk in there. I gotta fix that. Okay. Okay, so I can hit it if I... Wait a minute. Hold up. Oh, that's awful. Okay. Script. Link. I'm just gonna have to open up this and... Where do I make Link look at target? Oh, here. Link model. Look at target. Global position. Target dot global position and link look at will equal look at dot y equal link model dot global position dot y, and then we'll look at that. Okay. Let's see if that fixes the issue. So if he goes up, I'll still be facing... Yeah. Okay. And I can attack it just fine. Cool. And now, the P-Hat, his hitbox, needs to exist on layer 3 and mask with layer 2. And with that, the P-Hat should be done. Well, besides the fact that the P-Hat has to get his offset set to 0.8. Will that be good? We'll see. And P-Hat drop groups. Zelda, NES, enemy drops. Okay, P-Hats are in group D. Okay. Okay, can't take damage while he's down. Okay. That's pretty good. Nice. Alright, that is the P-Hats done. So now I just need to place them everywhere. I don't have a drink. Upsetting. Oh, wait. That should be up there. Yeah. Okay. 3D. Let's go ahead and get that top-down view. Whoops. Top-down view. I know there's some P-Hats in the desert. Let me pull up my map of enemy locations and get things placed. Okay, so there is... Whoops. So enemies, let's add a node 3D for the P-Hats. Let's put in a P-Hat right there, and he will be out of that. And there we go. So then we duplicate, and then duplicate, and duplicate. Oops. So we got those guys. And then oh, what the? I just realized that this Zora this one right here, technically doesn't exist. Well, I don't have the one here. That's fine. It's fine. We'll leave it like that. So oh, that's kind of annoying. There's supposed to be P hats up here and down here in this frame. I can go between them. Because yeah. I'll just put let's see, there's 6 total. I'll put 3 up here and 3 down here. So we got one here, and here, and here. Then we will do here. What is this? 6.4. Something like that. Okay. And then what other P hats exist? Oh, there's a ton here. What the? We got 6 in this one. Oh, and something I need to do with P hats is they should not collide with water. They can go over top water. Then we have 6 on that screen. They really like doing P hats in groups of 6. Okay. And then we have 6 there. We only got 4 there. Okay. And then we have 2 of them by these Lionels. We have a couple up on Death Mountain. In this area. Okay. We got, so that's one there, and we have one here. Okay. And then we have a couple over here. Uh, 22.4, I believe, is, yeah. One here and one here. We have a couple over here. There we go. And one here. And then finally, we have some p-hats in the bottom corner over here. And I think that's all the p-hats. Yeah. Oh, nope. Nope, nope, nope. There are 4 that I almost missed. Right here, there's 4 p-hats. Okay. So let's see them in game. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, damn. Ooh. Where'd the last p-hat go? Oh, were they both landed in the same spot? And I just killed them both? That might be what happened. Okay. Ah! I'm being attacked! Oh no. Oh my gosh, this is awful. Oh my gosh, this... Got him. Oh my gosh. Gosh. All right. Oh my gosh. Come on, come on, come on! Damn. Alright. Gosh, the boomerang is so necessary to fight those guys. Oof. Wow. Oof. Got him. Oh my gosh. Nice. Oh gosh, I can't get the heart now. Okay. What the? Got him. Okay. I like how the Piats turned out. They're good. Something that does need to happen is in our process when we're not loaded and we're just like returning, we should also we should do that and then visible loaded. If I can type what I want to type, that is. Now, something else I need to do is... Well, no, I'll keep working on... I'll go to the next enemy. Okay, next enemy is the rock. We can wait. Oh, actually, there's something I want to do with the levers real quick before I move on. I want to make it so that when they're in the ready, I don't have a ready function. Yeah, we do set underground time, but we have timer as well. And then timer will equal rand f range from 0 to time. That way, they're not all just popping out at the same time. And I want to do this in the blue one as well. Okay. So that should make it so that the levers are a little more desynchronized with how they very cool. Haha. Oof. All right. Man. Oof, 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 oof. Got him. Oh. Jeez. Oh, come on. There we go. Cool. All right. Now... with the P-hat done, we're on to either the Guinea or the Tektite. I think I'm going to do the Tektite because I'm not sure what I'm doing with the Guinea yet. Tektite, I just gotta make the body, and then I gotta make it so that he has the legs that are 1 pixel wide. I also gotta make their weird jumping logic. Alright. Let's get to work on the Tektite. So... the original is kind of a top-down view. Like that. Something like that. And then... okay. right. Side view. Yeah, something like that. And then the back view is pretty easy. Except the dots will be like that. Yeah. Okay. Then we take this, copy, paste, image, transform, flip horizontally. Yeah. All right, and then image, canvas size ×4 on the horizontal, and then I gotta make the in-betweens of, wait, what? Huh. Pop up. And then that. Let's copy that. And this guy, we want the side view, so Okay. Yeah. Okay. There. Okay. Let's see. So this is 1, 2, 3. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So at 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So right here. And 1, 2, there. And then this will exist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm utterly confused right now. This is actually supposed to be up here. So I can get rid of that. And that, and then I can put that like that. Okay. And then here. Okay. And then grab this. Sure, whatever. So do like that. Now I'll keep the gap. Get rid of that. Yeah, something like that. Although I kind of want to be that far with the eye. Yeah, I think that's gonna look better. Okay. And then this guy. Let's make the halfway first. Or no. No. This is... the next, like this. I mean, I did make that, so... let's then take this and bring that right there. Yeah, okay, and then this guy went from here. So to right there. Do that. No, he's fully turned to the point where the two teeth are hidden. And then this guy. So this guy needs to go from here to here. So he's going right there. And then this guy needs to go from here to here. So he'll go right there. And then this guy's going to disappear. And then I can just compress. And then grab all those. Copy, paste, layer, flip horizontally, and then do the same with these guys. Copy, paste, right here. Here we go. And we got the full turnaround of the guy, and his legs should be pretty easy. It's one wide and looks to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tall. Okay. And that's going to be this color. There we go. There's the leg. And then I need to make a 1 and 1. And then this guy is going to be white. Then image, scale by 10. This guy, image, scale by 10. And then this guy, scale by 10. Okay. And then let's turn the grid off. So we have the 3 pieces. I do still need to make the rig, and it's important to note that from the center, it's going to be like, let's see, what's his radius? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's going to be like 0.8 in 4 diagonals. Okay. Let's open up Blender and do that. Delete, add a armature, go into edit mode, extrude Z by 0.8, GZ negative 0.2, GZ negative 0.2, right, 0.8. And that's not actually right either, because this is 1, 2, or is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? So that needs to be 0.6. So I need to GZ negative 0.2, and then let's add a bone, and he's going to GX 0.8. Then GY, whoops, then around the 3D cursor, I'm going to rotate Z 45. All right, then GZ 0.6, GZ negative 1.6. All right, and then that's going to be child of that. This guy we're going to duplicate, and we're going to rotate Z 90. Okay. Then this guy, we have root, we have body, and we have front leg dot L, and we have back leg dot L, all symmetrize. All right, we'll save this as the Tektite rig. Save. And then we will export this guy as the Tektite rig. Export. We'll come in here, create a new inherited scene, actually. New inherited scene. Type model. Okay. Then we're going to in here we're going to add a sprite 3D. Call it body. First, we're going to add a node, a bone attachment. And he's going to have, he's going to have a node 3D, and then that's going to be in there. And then this here, we're going to export Tektite body, export, then export as Tektite leg, export, and then finally export as Tektite joint, export. Okay. And then in here, this is the body, which is going to use the Tektite body. It's got 4 and 4. This guy is going to 0.8. There we go. Save that. It's the Tektite model. And then we're also going to throw the rotating sprite on this guy. So I can close that and then reopen it. That looks good. Something wrong with my model here? Ah, there is something wrong with my model here. This guy, layer, flip horizontally. There we go. Then we can, and image, scale image, like that, and then export that. Alright, that looks good. There is something I don't like about it. This is fine, except this is not fine. Well, hold on. So that they're closer together on the back, and up higher. So here, these need to be here and here, and then I basically got to redo all of this. Okay, so these dots exist on this layer, and the other dots are going to exist on this layer, actually. So they need to exist like that. And this guy has to exist up here because they exist. Or no. That was at the right layer. And that's the right layer for these guys. Which is these guys existing at the top of this. Yeah. So this actually has to be there, right? Because 2 pixels from the top, then these guys... Okay, so those guys are 2 pixels from the top. These guys will be 1 pixel from the top. And that's what we're going to go with. So let's make sure we're following that rule everywhere we use these. So 2 pixels from the top. This guy can appear there. And there. That guy's there. And then this guy. Do that. That's still visible. Then this guy. I think this guy jumped too far. We'll do that. And that. This guy right there. And then this guy right there and there. And then he jumps there. So I'm actually going to do that. Make the jump there. And then that's fine. And then... all those layers are done, so I'm just going to delete all of that and grab these. Layer, flip horizontally, grab this guy. Copy, paste, whoops, copy, paste, layer, flip horizontally, there we go. Image, scale to 640, and export that. Yeah, that looks much better. That looks perfectly rounded. That makes sense how that works. Okay, cool. Now, the legs. So let's duplicate that. This guy, remove the script. This guy will be attaching to the front leg L. The body will be using the Tektite leg. I guess I didn't scale that. Also, this guy needs to be attached to body, and .4. Also, my rig is just not right now. I gotta check something. So this guy is. This is scaled. Image. Okay, 5 pixels. So we have this guy, who, this is sitting at 0.6. That doesn't seem right. He is... .1234. So it needs to be 0.4. So first off, this guy is the body, and he sits at 0.1, at 0.2 above, because that's 0.1, that's 0.2. So GZ negative 0.4. Right, then this guy is whatever. This guy needs to sit at GZ negative 0.2. He needs to sit at 0.4 up. And then set that to 0.7 and 0. 0.7. G. Actually, we can rotate Z negative 45. Okay, that's a 0.8. Move this to 0.7. Or I can just GX negative 0.1. And then rotate Z negative 45. This guy needs to be GZ 0.5 and needs to be going out and then that needs to go out. The total length needs to be 0.5 and okay, the total length needs to be 0.5, but it needs to be I gotta... Okay. GZ 0.5. GX 0.5. Except the length of this. Well, okay. That's GZ negative 0.1. And then based on individual origins. Okay. Give me a front side view. I would like to rotate this about there. Okay. And then about the cursor, rotate Z negative 45. And then extrude Z negative 0.5. All right. And then duplicate that. Rotate Z 90. All right, that is what this should be looking like. So this is root. This is body. This is front upper leg dot L. And this is front or back upper leg dot L. Then we have our front lower leg dot L and our back lower leg dot L. And then all symmetrize, save that, export that, export. There we go. This guy connected to body. This guy is going to be 0.6. Yeah. Okay. And then this guy why is it so small? Image. It's 10 by 50. Front upper leg. Not L. Oh. Because this has animation frames. There we go. And then sky by 0.25. Perfect. I will get to that in a second. And then yes, it is. The body nearest. And then he's gonna have the billboard along Bone. Okay. And then gonna duplicate that. This is front upper leg L. Make front lower leg L. This is going to this guy is, well, tied to the front lower leg. Alright. I also need to make sure that this guy is using nearest. Okay, and then this is also going to have a node 3D, or a sprite 3D, to be the joint. And this joint is going to use tektite joint, and it's going to just billboard, and his sorting is going to have like 0.8. Perfect. All right. Okay. Okay, front upper leg. Let's duplicate that for front upper leg R and front upper leg R. And let's duplicate that for front lower leg R to do the front lower leg R. All right. And then we have the back upper leg L and the back upper leg R. So this guy is going to use back upper leg L. This guy's going to use back upper leg R. And then the same with this. Duplicate and duplicate. This is the back lower leg. And this is the back lower leg R. All right, we got tektite. All right. I don't love that it doesn't fully connect. Probably fix that with the, let's duplicate that, except negative. Yeah, I think that's fine. We do... Copy. Paste. Paste. And paste. Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't love that. We'll make it so that this guy, sorting, a negative 1. So it's there, but always sorted in the back. Yeah. All right. Perfect. Okay. Now for his animations. Oh. He needs like a jump. So that can be achieved with just like okay. He's going to so well, first he'll be in this position, and then he will go down, but oh no, how do I how do I rotate like up? Some inverse kinematics would be nice. Can I make inverse kinematics here? Is that something I can do? Let's see. Godot, inverse kinematics. Okay. There might be. Let me see. A node that dynamically copies the 3D transform of a bone in its parent. So it selects a bone and attaches to it. This means the modifier bone target 3D node will dynamically copy it. Okay, that's not what I really want. Okay, this is a simple version of look at modifier that allows bone to the reference without advanced options such as angles. Okay, look at modifier. Takes a bone to look at a target. This is over moving character's head to look at the player, rotating a turret to look at a target, or any other case where you want to make a bone rotate towards something quickly and easily. I see. Node used to rotate all bones of a skeleton to bone chain in a way that places the end bone at a desired 2D face. Destroy all bones of typical scenario for the character's feet on the ground of a character's hand object. Uses proper conversion internally to solve the bone chain and applies the results property for effectiveness. Alright, let's try that. Root bone is the body, and the tip bone is the front lower leg L, and the target I don't know if this is actually what I want. I might just have to animate it and just try and make it look good. Okay, so I know that is going down, and I want this guy to rotate up, up, and okay, hold on. So this goes down, and this rotates once that way, and once that way. And is it even? It doesn't look like it. Okay, what if I rotate? Okay, what if I rotate it to a line there? Okay, and then I do that. Good enough. And then I can then take this and rotate it back. Yeah. Yeah, that's how we're going to do that. That works perfectly. So rotate it like that. 1, 2. 1, 2. Oop. And that looks good. And then this guy gets rotated back in alignment. Rotate to be aligned. Like that. 1, 2. 1, 2. Then this guy gets rotated back into alignment. And that guy is rotated into alignment. 1, 2. 1, 2. Back into alignment. Yeah, okay. Alright, so he goes down. And then this guy go like that. And this guy will go Alright, that's pretty good. And then this guy just gets rotated back into alignment. Like that. Alright. And then we do the same with this guy. This guy. This guy. That way I can keep track of what still needs adjusting. So this guy should angle down exactly the same. And then this guy do that. There we go. Something like that. And then let's get it back in line. All right. So we do that, and Mm. Except this guy is not gonna. Okay. Alright, that's the jump. And then that backwards is the land. Yeah, look at him. Doing the thing. Okay. Now so I'm gonna duplicate to make land. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Uh Yeah, I mean that's all there is for that. All right. Man, it's already 8 o'clock. Man, I wanted to finish all the enemies, and all I did was get the P hat done, and get the model and animations for the tech type done. Which means I still have The logic for the Tektite, the Guinea, and the Armos. Ugh. Man, making enemies takes forever. I also have not been present for that long of stream. Alright, I'm going to end stream there, and I will be live again tomorrow. Peace.